Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay, folks, this is Who Did You Boycott today? My other broadcast got cut off, so I restarted here. I'm gonna get ready to close this out. I'm gonna leave this broadcast up, but I'm not gonna talk very much more. I think where I left off at was that Special Field Order 15 is not coming out of these persons' mouth. Uh, you can go back and listen to the end of the other broadcast that got interrupted, lost internet connection, and I had to reset the internet. But if you get a chance, you can go back and listen to the end of that other broadcast because I'm picking up from there. And as I talked about the 25 states that we don't have a population in, that brown and dark brown skinned persons, 25 states is 18 out of the 25 that the population is less than 2%. The other seven is right at 7% or 5%. And then you go look at so those 25 states, they are completely off the board. Folks are not going to be running no candidates with brown and dark brown skin in those 25 states no time soon. Not in the next 5 years, not next 10 years, not the next 15 years. Then you go look at the other 25, and some of them we got less than 10% of a population. So the other 25, we are completely not, it's almost non-existent. But folks are still running around here telling folks they're going to get reparations. Well, have anybody bothered to contact each one of those politicians in those 25 states that the population is at less than 2% in 18, and the other seven is only two that have a population that's somewhere around 7%, and the other ones are around 5%. So those 25 states are completely off the board. Before you wake up in the morning and before you go to sleep at night, you are already at a disadvantage. Before you listen to these lying people who keep telling you to go vote, keep telling you to donate to political candidates, they are just taking your money and washing it down the drain. They are completely taking your money and hustling you and scamming you because these politicians with brown and dark brown skin don't have a chance in hell of getting across the finish line in most of these elections. And you simply have to use common sense, and folks don't have a number count. They just fumbling in the dark. Not one of these people, not one of these persons who stand in front of folks on these social media apps can give you a number count while they're telling you to go vote, while they trying to shame you and fearmonger you and shame you and fearmonger you. They cannot tell you a number count. In all these 3 years that I've been listening to these folks, nobody has bothered to start a database. No one has bothered to start a database. And when I brought that up, they called me crazy. Excuse me. 1 month after downloading Clubhouse, I came off the microphone and I talked about where is the database. I had made the assumption that somebody had because I just could not believe that I was sitting there listening to all these intelligent and common sense persons and that nobody had bothered to build a database, a email list, a Discord, a Telegram group, a Facebook group. Somebody had a number count. Somebody had took the time to try to build a number count. No, nobody did it. They just called me crazy. Well, who looked crazy now? 3 years later, who did you boycott don't look crazy. All these folks who running around here like a chicken with their neck cut off, they look crazy. Cause nobody can present a screenshot of a number count. Why is that? These other ethnicity groups, they put a lot of work into knowing a number count, and they know how to vote as a voting block. They simply know how to educate their voting registered voters to help them to understand how to vote as a voting block. Our community, our population just walk into the voting booth and cross their fingers and hope that folks vote for the same people. They just cross their little finger, everybody crisscross their fingers and walk in, or get out their car, walk into the voting booth as an individual voter. Nobody even say the word voting block out of their mouth. That word hardly ever come out of anybody's mouth. It's like it's a foreign word. It's like a foreign word that nobody excuse me. Like I told you folks, I'm still recovering. I was sick all day yesterday, but I'm trying to hang in here. But anyway, no one seems to want to mention the word voting block like it's a foreign word. But they constantly tell folks to go vote. You got 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 to go vote. You're going to be shamed. They're going to shame you to the ground. They're going to put you to shame. They're going to talk you down. They're going to talk about you like a dog if you don't go vote. If they're going to fear monger you if you don't go vote. Well, these are some lying people because the data don't lie. The data don't lie. Human beings lie. So I don't quite understand why folks are still running around here telling folks that they need to give donations to these political candidates that our population is so small it's not even worth counting. We're outnumbered. They could simply be running around here encouraging folks to relocate. Excuse me. They could go before the microphone. They could come off of their microphone on these audio apps and try to encourage and explain to their community how important it is to relocate. Because we're outnumbered in all 50 states, but we are certainly outnumbered in those that we have a population of less than 10%. We don't have a voice in those states. Let's all be clear. If you go look up the population breakdown for your state and it's less than 10%, you don't need my help or anyone else's help for you to figure out that you do not have a voice in that state. That's simple math. So I would encourage everyone to look up the population breakdown by race in their individual state. Don't take my word for it. Don't take anyone else's word. Go do the research and get the breakdown. And ChatGPT or Grok or Google can help you with that, and it won't take no time at all. And you can compare the data. You can look it up on Grok, and then you can go look it up on ChatGPT, and then you can go look it up on the search results from Google and compare the data. And you're going to get a ballpark estimate of what the population breakdown is. Excuse me. So you're not going to have to trust anyone's telling you that. You're going to be able to come to your own evaluation of what the ballpark estimate of the population breakdown for persons with brown or dark brown skin. And we clearly can see that we are outnumbered in all 50 states. All 50. While all these other ethnicities are locking down, taking over. They don't took over Minnesota, the Somalians. The Muslims are taking over New York, and the Latinos and Asians are taking over California, and they're working on Texas and Arizona, and it looks like the Muslims are taking over Michigan, and the Cubans have taken over Florida, and we still have 25 states that we don't have a population in. But we still got folks running around telling folks they're going to run their candidates. While all of these other ethnicities are making sure that they have a large enough population to vote the candidates that they want to represent them. While we got our people standing in front of us, hustling us and feeding us lies when we all have the ability to do simple math. Why is that happening? Can someone explain to me why that is happening while all of these other ethnicities are making sure they increase their numbers as large as possible so that they can have representation at the local, state, and federal level? Why do all of these persons that I have been listening to for the past 3 years are not trying to figure that out? Why? It's not adding up. It's just not adding up because these individuals sound very intelligent and very common sense. So why they not trying to explain to their community that they need to relocate to one of these 10 states that we have the largest population? It's 10 states that we already have a population that's over 20%. In those 10 states, excuse me, the population of brown and dark brown skinned persons are over 20% or over 10%. And we clearly know that those states are Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Louisiana, Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. I may have missed one. I have to go back and look at my little green book, but each one of us should have already looked up that information. Each one of us adults should already have that information right in front of our eyes anytime we want to look at it. Before we tell anyone to go vote, we should have that information right in front of us. If you have not looked up that information for your individual state, then you should not be telling anybody to go vote. You should not be asking anyone for a donation. If you don't know your number count as close as possible, you should not be telling anybody to go vote. If you have not spent any time trying to help your community understand how to vote as a voting block, you should not be telling anyone to go vote. That should not be happening. If you have not set up a website, a one page website where folks can click on it and stay informed and try to get on the same page with each other, then you should not be telling anyone to go vote. Those little three things is very simple to do. Gather your number count. If you got enough energy to open a social media Twitter space or audio room every single day, then you certainly know how to ask folks to join a email list, a Facebook group, a Telegram group. You can put a community on your Twitter profile. It takes about 5 minutes. It takes about 5 minutes for you to set up a community on your Twitter profile. And when I first came over to Twitter in November 2022, nobody had a community on their Twitter profile. I just discovered it by accident because I like to fumble around and click on stuff. I just have a bad habit of doing that. But one day I'm looking at my little account and I'm like, what is that? So I click on it and figure out that you can set up a community right there on your Twitter profile, and folks can join it, and you can gather your number count so effortless. You don't even have to put much effort into it. So when I started calling that out, folks finally got around to putting one on their profile. But nobody had it on their profile until I started calling it out on my broadcast. I guess they got tired of me talking about it because I clicked on their profile more than 3 or 4 times. That's why I knew they didn't have it on their profile, because I clicked on their profile 3 or 4 times when I sent them a direct message about the boycott that I had launched. So By the time I clicked on these individual persons' profile name, I realized when I counted it, some of these persons I had sent them a direct message to join my boycott more than 3 or 4 times. More than 3 or 4 times. And so each time that I clicked on a profile, I could clearly see they did not have a community on their profile. But some of them have one on there now. They finally got around to doing it. They finally got around to doing it. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now, an effort is going to have to be made to combine all of those individual number counts into one total number count as close as possible. That's going to have to take some initiative. Somebody has to be in charge of that. Someone have to be in charge of understanding where what is the central location for our number count. Everyone put their number into that one central location so that we can get a estimate, a ballpark estimate of what our total number count of our population in all of these 50 states. But nobody seems to want to care about getting that done. Folks are too busy talking. Folks are too busy hustling and scamming their community to put the effort and the hard work into trying to know what that number count is. It's got to get done. You ain't going to get nothing done or nothing accomplished until you know your number count as close as possible. And until that get done, y'all folks are lying to people. You are lying to people, and you're lying to yourself, and you're lying to your community, and you're lying because you can't do nothing in life if you don't know your number count. If you don't know you have 5 people who are trying to get on the same page with one another, or 2 people who are trying to get on the same page with each other, you can't get nothing in life accomplished if you don't know your number count. But folks just keep on running around here lying to people and asking for donations and telling folks they're going to run candidates. We're going to run our own candidates. We're going to run our own candidate. Well, excuse me. In those 25 states that the population is less than 2%, you're not going to be running a candidate with brown and dark brown skin anytime soon in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. So you can stop lying to people because you don't have a baby machine. You are not going to produce a population. You're not going to invent one. You are not going to invent a population in those 25 states in the next 5 years or the next 10 years or the next 15 years. You're not going to do that. So you are lying to people. So you are already behind the 8 ball before you wake up in the morning and before you go to sleep at night and before you wake up at in the morning and before you go to sleep at night. You and I are behind the 8 ball. And the other 25 states, we are outnumbered in those two. But things are a lot worse in the other 25. But folks still running around here telling folks they're going to start a super PAC. Oh, we are going to form a political PAC so that we can lobby the politicians. You folks enjoy committing suicide. You enjoy hustling your community. You enjoy lying to your community. You enjoy lying to yourself, and you enjoy scamming your community because you cannot be that dumb and slow that you really think that forming a political PAC before your community know they number count or they economic security make more sense. That don't add up because you and I do not have the money, the kind of money that JP Morgan have. If you can convince me that you can raise the kind of money that JP Morgan have, then I would agree with a political PAC. If you can convince me that our collective community could raise enough money that Wells Fargo have, the kind of money that Wells Fargo have, then it would make sense for you to tell me that you want to start a political PAC. If you could convince, you had some way of convincing me that persons with brown and dark brown skin could raise the kind of money that BlackRock have, then it would make sense for you to be saying out your mouth that you want to start a political pact. But that's not true. But you are running around telling your community that anyway. So somebody is running a hustle. That's a clear, bona fide hustle because you folks are way too intelligent and common sense not to already know that. That you already know that I started preaching in January 2022 and February 2022 that persons like that have brown and dark brown skin, we have to operate from our economic power. We cannot compete with these other folks who got money and whose population is larger than ours. Our economic power is our vote. Our economic power had to be buying land, houses, and other assets that give us a foundation of stability before we even think about wanting to vote. These politicians have to fear us based on our economic stability, that we can always threaten them with a boycott because every bill that go to the floor of the Congress and the Senate, they are voting on spending money. And seeing as how they want our community to continue to be the consumer, that's our position of power. Economic. Economics was the way that the Negro ancestors operated, and they didn't even have the right to vote. They did not even have the right to vote. They had power, though. They had economic power, and they did not have the right to vote. Why you think that? Because they had a brain on their head. They had a brain, excuse me, excuse me, and they understood how to operate in this evil racist environment. They knew they had economic power. They had economic security. They had economic self-reliance, and they had power. All of that disappeared after 1965. All of that disappeared after 1965 because folks brought into this little narrative of integration and civil rights and voting rights. Those those three things slowly, slowly decimated the Negro community. It slowly, step by step, year after year after year after year, it slowly decimated the Negro community. But those Negro ancestors, they accomplished so much, and no one can ever take that from them. But what do we as a collective have to show after 1965? Because their track record cannot be disputed. The track record of the Negro ancestors between 1865 and 1965 cannot be questioned. No one can question their accomplishments. But what accomplishments do we have to show after 1965? Can someone please explain that to me? Can someone explain that to me? Because folks are running around here bragging about DI and affirmative action and all this change that don't happen. Well, I would like to see proof. I would like to see proof of that result because the proof should be there for anyone to read and look up, but it's not there. It's so it's so invisible that folks are bold enough to say that you are going to be at zero wealth in about a couple of decades or sooner. That's how invisible it is that these folks are bold enough to already predict your demise. They can clearly see the damage that has been done since integration and voting rights and civil rights. The civil rights that don't even apply to persons who are classified as Black American and African American. When you go read the fine print, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 do not, excuse me, when all of you adults go read the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and really read the fine print, it do not apply to Black Americans and African Americans. It applies to every immigrant. Every immigrant is protected by the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They had bamboozled the Negro ancestors before the ink dried on the paper. Before the ink had dried on the paper, they had already bamboozled them. Every immigrant is certainly protected by that Civil Rights Act. But y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all still running around here claiming that you are protected by the Civil Rights Act because you must have not read it. You must have not really digested the fine print because you have to be either by race or color or sex or religion or national origin. So, what word that just came out of my mouth that applies to Black Americans or African Americans? Did I say any word that could possibly apply to the classification Black American or African American? But it applies to every immigrant because they have a national origin. They simply have a national origin and a nation. But Black Americans don't have that because the OMB have put you into a Black racial group of Africa. They have placed your behind into a Black racial group of Africa. That's not a national origin. That's not no national origin by no stretch of the imagination. So you can stop running around here claiming that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 applies to you because it don't. So stop lying about it. Just go simply read the fine print. Just simply go read the fine print and stop lying about it. And I'm going to say in closing right here, Special Field Order 15 should be what folks should be fighting for because it only requires an executive order and one signature by the president. That's why it's clear that these folks have been lying for all of these years. They have been lying and telling and misleading folks and feeding them false hope that they could get reparations passed at the federal level or the state level when it simply takes one little signature of an executive order to put Special Field Order 15 back into law. If they do not want to put Special Field Order 15 back into law, then they should be making sure that land grants are given out in that equal amount. See how simple that is? Do you folks see how simple that is? Because that's a broken contract. That is a broken contract, but these folks are not running around here fighting for Special Field Order 15 because it has Negro all through it. And they are offended by the word Negro. They are offended and they think it's outdated. So they don't talk about it. They pretend like they only mention it every now and then. They'll say 40 acres and a mule, 40 acres and a mule, but they rarely speak about it. All because the ancestors who drafted Special Field Order 15 put Negro all through it. And they are offended by that. And a lot of them know they wouldn't be included. They would not be included as those formerly enslaved persons. See, the 14th Amendment was very specific about who those individuals were. And the formerly enslaved persons were Negroes at the time. Their identity was Negro. At the time, excuse me, At the time of the 14th Amendment, there could be no confusion who they were talking about. They were talking about Negroes. They were not talking about somebody classification Black American. They were not talking about somebody's classification called African American. They were not talking about somebody's classification called Freedmen. They were not talking about somebody's classification called ADOS. They were not talking about somebody's classification called FBA. No, they were only talking about Negroes. And they are the only ones protected by that little three words. They are the only ones protected by that little three words. So you folks who've been running around here calling yourself Black American and African American, you best pray to God that somebody in your family got Negro on their paperwork. You had best dig it up and pray to God that you can find one family member that have Negro on their paperwork, because that 14th Amendment is only specifically talking about Negroes. That's why America changed the classification. They did it for many purposes. But the Supreme Court is either going to delete that 14th Amendment clause, or they're going to rewrite it, or they're going to follow it by the letter. That's what's going to happen. That is simply going to happen. And all these brain dead folks who keep running around here making up acronyms, Negro Freeman, Freeman Negro, Black American Negro Freeman, they don't have no significance. They don't have no significance if they don't fall into that three words. Formerly enslaved person. If anything else is coming out of your mouth, you're wasting your breath. If it don't say, if it do not say formerly enslaved persons, then you're not talking about those Negroes who went through slavery for 246 years. Because they are the only ones that could be identified as formerly enslaved persons. Now, as far as the persons who are walking around free, I guess they included somewhere in that Constitution. But that little three words were specific about Negroes. That do not include, my common sense tells me it could not include those persons who were walking around free. You cannot be walking around free and be a formerly enslaved person at the same time. I don't think that happened. I don't think it happened that way. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But all of those persons who were walking around free, they had to be included in that Constitution somewhere. But they are certainly not included in that those three words called formerly enslaved person. I think we all are intelligent enough to understand that. I think each one of us are intelligent and common sense enough to understand that without anyone's help. But see, these ungrateful human beings thought they were going to steal the Negro ancestors' history and put it up under these words and classifications that came after 1965. Well, God is not going to let them get away with that. But Special Field Order 15, as let me get back to that, only requires one signature by the president. So you know these folks are fake. They are fake. You mean to tell me since 1965 that one of these presidents could not have signed Special Field Order 15 back into law? You ain't gonna lie to me that way. You're not gonna lie to me that way. It's been so many presidents since 1965 that could have sat down and took 5 or 10 minutes to sign executive order putting Special Field Order 15 back into law, or signing land grants in cash. That's what could have been done by now by each one of these presidents and each one of these Congress and each one of these senators since 1965. They could have got that done because they don't seem to have a problem letting invaders invade the landmass. And now those same invaders are getting ready to get amnesty. Those same invaders who spit on the policemen, they spit on them, they burnt their property, they burnt the American flag and raised their flag, and they getting ready to sit down at the table and get amnesty. So you're gonna try to tell me that these lying people who keep running around here talking about they fight for reparations could not figure out that it make more sense to fight for one signature by the president? You're not gonna lie to me that way. And in closing, I'm gonna talk about this little fake boycott that they launching against the African hair braid. That's just it's just folks just love to embarrass themselves because the I have a lot of feelings towards Pan Africans and immigrants that talk down to my to the sacrifice that my ancestors and myself made and my other people. I would never go to anyone else's country and talk down to them. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to go to Jamaica and talk down to anybody in Jamaica. You couldn't pay me no money. No amount of money would make me want to do that. You could not pay me to go to Haiti and talk down to folks in Haiti. You could not pay me to go to Africa and talk down to anyone in Africa or Canada or Europe. Nowhere on this earth could you pay me money to go to somebody else's country and talk down to them. But folks from Africa and the Caribbeans and around the world, they come to America and look down on Negroes. Cause no, they don't even bother to say the term Negro. They say African American when they clearly know that's being disrespectful. Because Negroes carved out 246 years. Not anybody calling themselves African American carved out 246 years. That never happened. So these immigrants clearly know every time they say that word, they're being disrespectful. Because Barack Obama and I cannot be the same ethnicity. I think I have enough brain cells to understand that. How in God's name can Barack Obama and me, myself, have the same identity? That's not possible. Myself and Elon Musk cannot have the same identity. Myself and Kamala Harris cannot have the same identity for me to have a recognized birthright. That's just not possible. Because we come from different bloodlines. We come from different bloodline. We have different blood flowing through our body. We were born into a Pacific bloodline. So myself and Kamala Harris was not born into the same bloodline. That did not happen. Myself and Barack Obama did not get born into the same bloodline. That did not happen. Myself and Elon Musk were not born into the same bloodline. So we all can't be African American for it to be a real thing. For it to be a real thing, that's not possible. So when folks use the word African American, they are being disrespectful, and they know that because these are very very intelligent people. They are doing erasure. They are doing erasure and a rewriting of history. They are genociding a whole race of people, and they know that. All of them know that. The Congress know it, the senators know it, the president know it, the vice president know it, and every person who used that word clearly know they are doing that. There's no way in hell that Barack Obama and myself can be from the same bloodline. That's just not possible. Somebody coming from Jamaica cannot be African American and I be African American at the same time. That's just not possible. Somebody coming from Ethiopian and myself cannot have the same ethnicity and be both African American. We both cannot be African American for it to be a real thing. For it to be a real thing, we both cannot have the same identity. One person is lying. One person is lying. It's just not correct. So why would any adult want to pass this harm down to their children and grandkids? Can someone please explain why any person that's using the word African American will want to pass that harm down to their children and grandkids? Why would they want to do that? Why would anyone want to do that? Yes, I heard that brain dead Judge Mattis use the word African American on some type of video he made. Every baby is entitled to a birthright. Every human being is entitled to a birthright. And African American is not a birthright because all these people cannot have the same identity. Folks coming from Jamaica cannot be Jamaican and African American at the same time. You only get one birthright. You only get one birthright, and seeing as how African American is described as a black racial group of Africa, no human being is born into a black racial group. Every human being is born into a Pacific bloodline. No baby is born into a black racial group. That don't happen. That's made up. That's simply made up because God made sure that every human being was born into a Pacific bloodline. That could be one bloodline, two bloodlines, three bloodlines, four bloodlines, but it's Pacific and it's not spelled black racial group. It's simply not spelled black racial group. That did not happen. God did not do that. God did not do that to that baby. So the description of black slash African American is just made up. It's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. It is just not a real thing. It's made up. But all of those other ethnicities that are on that form, Jamaicans, Haitians, Ethiopians, and Nigeria and Somalia, they do have a recognized birthright because they have a nation. They have a national origin. They are respected. They are all respected because they have a national origin. They have a nation. They have a recognized ethnicity. So these folks who are running around here talking about boycotting these African braid businesses, that's a joke and it's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed to get on a public app and tell the whole world they planning on boycotting these immigrants. The black immigrants only make up 4.9 million. 4.9 million. We'll just round it off to 5 million. I would be embarrassed to tell the world that I plan to boycott these immigrant businesses for a month when your folks should be ashamed of yourself because you are targeting a population of 5 million persons because you don't have a backbone to boycott Twitter. Simply because you don't have the backbone to boycott 6 social media platforms. So you're taking the easy way out and targeting those black immigrant business. They population. Go look it up. I want each one of you brain dead human beings who've been embarrassing yourself by shouting to the world that you plan to boycott black immigrant braiding shops for the month of August. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be embarrassed and you should not want to show your face in public because you can go straight to Google and say, Google, what is the black immigrant population in America? It's going to come back. I have looked it up. I have personally looked it up more than one time, more than two times, more than three times, and it hasn't changed. Each of the time that I have looked it up is 4.9. It's 4.9 million. It's 4.9 million. So you are going to embarrass yourself and shout to the world, we plan to boycott immigrant braiding shops. All because y'all folks tired of hearing who did you boycott make you feel like a little ant. Y'all not hurting me. Y'all hurting yourself. I've been preaching a boycott since February 2022, and I will keep on preaching it. Y'all embarrassing yourself. Who did you boycott launched her first boycott in February 2022. The second one in February 2023. And those I have the boycott on my social media on my Twitter profile, and I have another boycott on minds.com. The first boycott network that I built was on WordPress. I spent over $500 to set that up so that folks could earn a commission. On February the 5th, 2022 was the first time that I launched that boycott. I followed it up with a second boycott when I built a website on GoDaddy. That cost me over $300. I then made sure that I did one on Twitter and minds.com. So I have used four platforms. So folks are faking the funk, or they cannot stand who did you boycott guts so bad they won't support the boycotts that I have launched. I know that's the one. That's really the heart of the reason they really cannot stand my guts. Well, that could be true. They could simply follow the suggestion that I have talked about. Target. You simply have to target six social media platforms: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Clubhouse, TikTok, and YouTube. Target those six platforms for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. I think they'll come to the table before those 90 days are up if it even reach those 90 days. But because these folks don't have a backbone to make a sacrifice, they want to target the black immigrant braiding shops. That's weak. That's showing the world that you're weak, that you're willing to put all that energy and effort into targeting a population that barely make up 5 million. When folks don't go get their hair braided 30 days out the month, but folks get on social media more than 30, at least between 5 to 30 days, they getting on social media every day. Every single day, almost. Every single day. Folks are getting on social media. So your common sense will tell you it will have the fastest impact because you use it. You and I use social media every single day. These corporations are going to lose money if we boycott them for 30 days, if we boycott them for 60 days, if we boycott them for 90 days, they are more than likely going to come to the table and meet demands because they are going to feel the pressure. But targeting black immigrant braiding shops, you clearly know that's not going to have the kind of impact that targeting six social media platforms would have. You clearly know that. All of you clearly know that. I'm still scratching my head as to why y'all just keep on running away from the boycott that I have suggested. I think y'all hate me so much. Y'all despise my guts so much. Y'all will do jump through hoops. Y'all boycott Amazon for one day, boycott Walmart. Y'all keep on trying these semi half half effort boycotts all because y'all tired of listening to me uh talk about you. Y'all tired of me talking about you. And so now you keep on trying to come up with these makeshift sort of type boycotts. And then you got re-up who constantly cry against it. You got folks who you got you got folks on one side of the line who cry and claim it won't work, and then you got the other folks who fake the phone and pretend to do half effort types of boycott. We're gonna boycott Amazon for 3 days. We're gonna boycott Amazon for 3 days. We're not gonna shop on Thursday. We're not gonna shop on Friday. We're gonna shop black and buy black. We're gonna shop black and buy black. We're gonna shop black and buy black. When we're in such a crisis, we're all in such a crisis that the most immediate effort that we can take should be what we should be putting our effort in, and that is targeting social media. But folks don't want to get off of their enemy's platform. They love their Twitter so much they can't even imagine staying off of it for 30 days. A little 30 days just scared the death out of them. They are so scared. They are so scared. So instead of staying off of Twitter for 30 days, they prefer to target black immigrant braiding shop. You tell me that's not pitiful. I want somebody to leave me a comment. Call me a liar. Call me a liar. You can't stoop any more lower than that. You just cannot stoop any lower than that. The same amount of effort that you planning on trying to target black immigrant braiding shops could be put in simply staying off of Twitter for 30 days, staying off of Facebook for 30 days, staying off of Instagram for 30 days, staying off of Clubhouse for 30 days, staying off of Instagram for 30 days, staying off of YouTube for 30 days. Excuse me. But you won't do that, but you'll take the easy way out. Everybody can see that. Y'all can't be that dumb and slow. Anyone can see that. So you have to see it too because they make up 5 million of the overall population of America. So you know that's not even a drop in the bucket. That's not even a drop in the bucket. So you clearly know that it's not going to have an impact. It's going to give you folks personal satisfaction because I mean, you don't have to call that a boycott. If you decide to go get your hair braided at a by an African person or a Caribbean person who's from Jamaica or Haiti, and they don't do a good enough job or they charging too high a price, then stop going. Shop around and find a better deal. I don't understand why folks keep on doing that. My crazy daughter is doing the same thing. She paid $300 to get her when she was getting her hair braided. Who does that? Who pays $300 to get their hair braided? I told her about it a many a time, and I slammed her the same way I'm talking to each of you folks. Cause you have to be something mentally wrong with you to hand somebody $300 for a braided hair that maybe you're gonna keep for 2 or 3 months before you have to do it again. Before you have to do it again. That don't make sense. It should not cost that much. That's a balloon price. Folks just get greedy and want to blow up prices because they in a capitalistic system. See, that's a sickness of this evil America. Oh, I am going to charge the highest price that I can because I'm in America's evil, corrupt system. I can get away with charging customers $300, so I'm going to do it. But instead of doing that, excuse me, why can't these folks with brown and dark brown skin put their head together and figure out how to buy in bulk? Buy in bulk and offer that to your customers so they don't have to go around and pay for the hair separate, pay the cost to buy the hair, then go to the beautician and pay the beautician to braid your hair while y'all can't figure out how to start a network and say we're gonna buy in bulk. We're gonna buy in bulk to bring the price down so that nobody get taken advantage of. We try to reduce the possibility of that by buying in bulk, by starting a little Facebook group network, a little simple Facebook group network or a Telegram, and everybody who like to get their hair braided should find out about it, and everybody should spread the word and form as many as you need. If you need to form 100 different networks for each of the 50 states, that should have already been in place. That should have been in place 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. That should already be in place. But folks don't care about thinking that way. Why are you going to run around and pay these high prices when you simply have to put on your thinking cap and say, how can we figure out how to bring this cost down in this evil capitalistic system? How can we bring the price down where you can bring the price down by buying in bulk, I would think. If you don't own the supply line, if you folks don't have the ability to have ownership over the supply line, at least you can put on your thinking cap and bring that price down by buying in bulk. I would think that would be the situation. Cause who did you boycott? Grew up being an entrepreneur. I started being an entrepreneur before 9 years old. My whole family was an entrepreneur. I just was born into it. I just happened to be born into it. And one day I did a book report in 11th grade, and I ended up doing it on entrepreneur. And I was shocked. I was like, I've been an entrepreneur all this time, and I did not even know it. I, I was walking around in the library and just trying to come up with a topic for my book report, and I stumbled on the word entrepreneur. And I said, lo and behold, me and my brothers and sisters, we have been entrepreneurs all this time, and I didn't even know it. It was shocking. I remember when we had our little candy store at the end of our driveway, we had paper routes. We used to run around and collect cans and bottles and cardboard, and we cashed it in for money to help our mother out. Mom let us keep maybe 5 cents. Back then, keeping 5 cents, you could get a lot of candy for 5 cents. 5 little cents. All the rest of the money went to mom to help her out. But we recycled those bottles and cans and cardboard, and we got paid a little bit of change, and we walked back and gave the money to our mother. And sometimes she let us keep 5 cents, and then we would run back out the house and go get candy for a little old 5 cents, 5 or 10 cents. 5 or 10 cents could buy you a lot of candy back then. So we used to recycle stuff that way. We also did. My brother had a lawn care business before he died at 18. He was already an entrepreneur as a lawn care business, and we did so many different things to earn money. And I was just surprised that I had been an entrepreneur since at least before 9 years old. I can still remember my mother used to wake us up before 6 a.m., before dawn, and we had to go pick something. I cannot remember for the save of my life. I think we were picking cucumbers or something like that. And that's the best that my memory is. I remember her waking us up, and it was always before morning, and we had to go pick something. I need to ask my older sister the next time I talk to her. I'm just going to ask her about that because I have a vague memory that I used to get woke up real early in the morning, and my memory is telling me that we used to go pick something, and so we had so many different paper routes, and the one that I loved the most was the candy store. That was my favorite one. That it was hard not to eat the candy because then you would be eating up your profits. So I really like having that candy store. It did give us a chance to eat a little bit more candy. So anyway, it don't make no sense for women to be paying $300 for braided hair. Somebody should have already put together a network to buy in bulk. To buy in bulk so that folks don't have to pay a high cost for buying hair individually. Maybe somebody have access to a supply line. Do anybody has anyone bothered to find out who has ownership over a supply line that supplies hair? Because my common sense tells me that folks should not be paying $300 to get their hair braided. That just don't make sense to me. And that folks could take the initiative to set up a network and share it and tell other women, okay, I have set up a network so that we can gather our numbers and try to buy in bulk. You got 30 women who want to get their hair braided every 3 months. Those 30 women should be able to buy hair in bulk from somewhere. They should be able to investigate that and research that so they can buy in bulk. 30 women, 30 women should be able to, or 40 women, or 50, however many that come together in a network, they should be able to pool their money together and buy in bulk and not buy as individuals. That's what my common sense tells me. Somebody should know who owns the network, who owns the supply line, who owns the supply line that bring in hair, that bring in that hair. Where is that hair coming from? Is it coming from Atlanta? Is it coming from Korea? Is it coming from Canada? Is it coming from Africa? Who supplies the hair that folks need to get braided? So until you have the ability to own a supply line, somebody should be 30 or 40 women, however many that can come together, should be buying in bulk. They should be buying in bulk and not as individuals. But folks are not doing that because folks are selfish. Folks are selfish. Folks are selfish and they have picked up the sickness of America's environment. I just want to make money. I just want to make money. So I'm not going to have any problem charging folks $300 in this evil, corrupt capitalism. Y'all folks don't even have a clue of all the different ways that you have picked up from America's sick environment. But it don't make no sense for persons to be running around talking about boycotting black immigrants. That's embarrassing. That's downright embarrassing. And it will go down in history as the most embarrassing thing that human beings would come up with. It just may go down in history as the most embarrassing thing that any collective human beings would ever decide to do. Because black immigrants make up 5 million of the population. 5 million. But because y'all despise Who Did You Boycott guts so bad, you folks would never join the boycott that I have launched for the past 3 years. So y'all can't stand my guts so bad, and y'all are getting tired of me talking about you not having a backbone to boycott. So you're gonna make a half ditch effort This can't even be categorized as a half dish effort. I would like to try to put it in as a half dish effort. I can't even hardly fit my mouth to say that. I would be ashamed. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I would be ashamed because the same effort that you want to claim that you're going to do for 30 days to boycott black immigrant braiding shop is the same 30 days you could put into boycotting Twitter. But y'all love y'all enemy too much for that. y'all love that enemy platform too much. Oh, we prefer to target the black immigrants. They are more of an easy target than to target Elon Musk and all his shareholders. Oh, we enjoy giving them our money. They making money off of each one of us on Twitter every second of the day. Yes, Lord, they making big money every time one of us are on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Clubhouse and TikTok and YouTube. They making big money. And they don't make they make up more than 5 million people. I know without a shadow of a doubt. But y'all gonna target that easy target of black immigrants. I don't think God gonna forgive you for that. I don't think God is gonna forgive you for that. Y'all best have a come to Jesus moment and change your mind. You folks really need to have a come to Jesus moment and pray for forgiveness because God is not going to be too happy and pleased with that. Those 5 million immigrants that America has let in, they have barely let in 5 million immigrants, black immigrants, since immigration started before 1865. That's pitiful. You mean to tell me that out of all these visa cards that America has given out to folks since before 1865, you would think it would be at least 10 million, 15 million, 20 million black immigrants in America by now. Don't that make sense? Don't that make sense? I still can't believe it's that low. I cannot believe that you mean to tell me since 1965 that only 5 million black immigrants have been allowed to come in. That's totally unfair. That's why it don't make no sense for the Democratic black immigrants, black Americans to be crying for immigration. Because you are voting for your own demise. But Heartbreaker D and Anti-Socialite and Fahima and Nikki Barnes and Sandy B and John Brown and Leslie and Rashida, all those persons who are black American are always crying for immigration when they could simply look it up. America barely let in 5 million. That's pitiful. That's evil. That's pitiful. Well, folks been trying to tell the Democrats that America has used immigration as a weapon, and they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear it. You can't be that dumb and slow and call yourself a Democrat. You cannot be that dumb and slow and really get on a public app and call yourself intelligent and common sense when it takes 5 minutes to look that information up on Google. It takes less than 5 minutes to look it up on Google. So, Heartbreaker D, why are you still running around here crying about immigrants? Why are y'all crying about immigrants getting pulled off the street by ICE and not having due process when America has made it very clear they have barely let in 5 million of you black immigrants. You not even a drop in the bucket. It's almost not even worth counting. I mean, that's how evil and pitiful it is. It's not even worth counting. That you mean I just I am confused as to how it's possible for America to have only let in 5 million black immigrants after all this time. Can someone please explain to me why Pan Africans and black Democrats are crying over immigration? Can someone please explain that to me? Somebody need to explain that to me. Because that's why the Democrats lost. See, they don't understand how powerful the weapon of immigration is. They don't have a clue of the level that America has weaponized immigration. The Republicans want legal immigrants. The Democrats want illegal. They both want immigrants to harm Negroes and persons with brown and dark brown skin. That's that's a no-brainer. And that little 5 million that they have let in tells you that. From before 1865, America had started letting in immigrants. And so you mean to tell me that America started letting in immigrants before 1865, and we're in 2025 and only 5 million have been given a visa card? I just can't even hardly make sense of that. I simply cannot make sense of that. Can any one of you make sense of it? Because I just cannot. I just cannot. But like I told you, I have already looked that up more than 3 times. I have looked it up more than 3 times, and I still can't make myself believe it. I'm being frankly with you. I have taken the time to look it up more than 3 times, and every time I look at that number, it's 4.9. It's 4.9, 4.9, and I can't make myself believe my eyes. It's just shameful. It's just shameful and evil, shameful and evil. But you brain dead human beings who are running around here talking about boycotting black immigrant braiding shop, you folks are have embarrassed yourself. You are embarrassing yourself, and you clearly know that you could be boycotting 6 social media platforms. If you were serious, if you really, really were serious about getting your justice, then you would be telling the Republicans and the Democrats, I'm going to boycott 6 social media platforms until you give up cash and land. If you really had a backbone, if any one of these persons really had a backbone, that's a clear message that they would be circulating. And they would stick with that back boycott until enough people came on board. But you're not going to see that happen because these persons don't have a backbone. They like to they like to talk a lot, and they like to target easy targets because that's an easy target. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer that I mean, you're going to target a population that make up 5 million. How many braiding shops can it be out of a small population of 5 million people? How many do you estimate there are? It's not even a drop in the bucket. It's embarrassing. It's really going to go down in history as the most embarrassing thing that any collective people will even attempt to do. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, you folks, it was bad enough that you caped for the Republicans and the Democrats and went and walked away empty-handed. I think you folks wanted to top that. Y'all wanted to top it. So it wasn't bad enough that you ran around for 2 years and told your enemy, "I'm looking forward to voting for you." Oh, Republicans, I am looking forward to voting for you. I am looking forward to voting for you so much. I'm telling you 2 years in advance. Democrats, I love you so much. I am looking forward to voting for you. And since I love you so much and I have been looking forward to voting for you, I am going to tell you in advance. I am going to tell you every single day that I can in advance. I don't want you to guess about it. When y'all did that, I thought I was in a twilight zone. I thought I had really seen it all. And then you topped it up with asking people who they were going to vote for. But this last thing that y'all doing with targeting the black immigrant braiding shop, I think it's gonna top those other things. I didn't think y'all had the ability to top that, but y'all surprised me. Y'all really surprised me because I thought that was gonna be going down in history. That y'all folks ran around and cape for the Republicans and cape for the Democrats 2 years in advance. That you couldn't wait to tell your enemy, "I am looking forward to voting for you." Who does that? Who who does that? Who spend 2 years telling their enemy, "I can't wait to vote for you," and then ask other people who they voting for? Nobody. When I was growing up, folks didn't ask other persons who they were voting for. When did that start? Can somebody leave me a comment? When did that start? Because these folks were on social media on these Twitter stages and came right out and asked folks, "Who you voting for?" That's a personal, private thing. At least that's what it was. I don't know when that changed, but that's that's total disrespect. I mean, it that is a level of disrespect that can't even be measured. Who would think that they have the right to ask another human being who they plan to vote for? Who does that? Who does that? Because folks don't been a part of America's sick environment, they don't even recognize how sick America's environment has rubbed off on them. They don't even have a clue of all the ways they are giving off of how America's sick environment has rubbed off on them. And that one about asking people who they're gonna vote for, oh that's right at the top of the list. But I'm gonna repeat this last time. Targeting black immigrants braiding shops will more than likely go down as the most embarrassing thing that any collective human beings could decide to do. All because these folks, they despise Who Did You Boycott guts so bad that they refuse to support the boycott that I have launched for the past 3 years. For the past 3 years. And because they despise my guts so bad, they're going to make a half ditch effort to target the black immigrants braiding shop that make up 5 million of the total population in America. You can't tell me that's not embarrassing. You're not going to ever convince me that that's not embarrassing. That somebody may decide to write it down in history. So I don't know who's going to decide to do it, but somebody may decide to do it. And whoever that person turn out being, however they decide to word it, somewhere in that wording is going to be that was the most embarrassing thing that any collective human beings would decide to do. So, because these individuals are tired of me slamming them and talking bad about them not boycotting social media, they have decided to divert their energy towards the black immigrant, all because they refuse to boycott Twitter. They refuse to boycott Facebook. They refuse to boycott Instagram. They refuse to boycott Clubhouse. They refuse to boycott TikTok. They refuse to boycott YouTube. How hard can it be to boycott Twitter for 30 days? Can somebody answer that for me? How hard can you imagine it would be to boycott Twitter for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days? Don't you think your child and your grandchild's future is worth 30 days of boycotting those social media platforms? Do anyone disagree with that? Because I would like to know. I've been preaching this for 3 years. My child is worth me boycotting Twitter for 30 days. I love my child. That's an easy one. That's an easy one. I can stay off of Twitter for 30 days. Unless you are monetized. If you are monetized, you keep on earning your income. But the rest of us who are not monetized, there should be no excuse for why we cannot stay off of Twitter for 30 days. That don't include those persons who are monetized. If you are monetized on Facebook, you are excluded. But everyone else should not have any problem boycotting Facebook for 30 days for their child's future and their own future. But they won't do it because they are fake. Because they are fake and they're going to be fake until the day they die. They are fake and God is going to take care of them. I have my I have my feelings towards Pan African and I have my feelings towards other immigrants, but I would never stoop that low. I would simply just do my own hair, or I certainly wouldn't claim to be boycotting immigrants because we have our disagreements. That's foolish. When it comes to folks getting their hair done, it's a personal relationship. If you don't if you don't like immigrants, then don't go to an immigrant to get your hair done. Go to somebody who is not an immigrant, but you don't have to label that a boycott. You don't have to label that a boycott and embarrass yourself. That's pitiful. That's downright pitiful because that is a personal choice. The person you choose to touch your hair is very, very personal. It's very, very personal. So persons are very selective about who they let touch their hair. That's why I learned to do my own hair. I learned to braid my own hair. My mother used to have to pay folks to braid her three girls' hair. And I told my mother one day, Mom, I'm gonna learn how to braid my own hair. And I did. I stood in front of the mirror until I learned how to do it. I simply I simply watched the person braid hair for a good while, and I said, "Well, that don't look too hard." And so one day, I just woke up and I said, "Mom, I'm tired of my mother paying for my hair to get braided." So I told my little brain to learn how to do it myself, and I did. It wasn't hard at all. And plus, I was able to save my mother a lot of money. I was able to save my mother a lot of money because she didn't have to pay to get my hair done no more. And I know I must have started. I had to be somewhere around. I know it was before I turned 15. It was certainly before I turned 15. It's when I learned how to braid my own hair, and I just stood there in front of the bathroom mirror until I got it right. And and from then on, my mother never had to pay another dime to get my hair done. And so I don't know why folks are doing this. I just don't quite understand. Oh yes, I do. They are bent out of shape because Who Did You Boycott is constantly picking on them about not boycotting six social media platforms. That's why they doing it. I feel bad for the black immigrants. I'm gonna repeat again. I have my my differences about Pan African, and I have my difference about the disagreements and folks talking down to Negroes in their own country. But you're not gonna. you're not gonna. I'm not gonna go with. I'm not gonna stoop as low to boycott black immigrant braiding shops, who make up 5 million of the total population in America. I'm not. I simply would be more than likely. I would have a. I wouldn't. I would be going to get my hair done with somebody from my community, because everybody first, their first choice is always to support their own community, their own ethnicity. That's just a human instinct. Japanese, a Japanese person is going to go to a Japanese person first. That's going to be their first choice. If they cannot find a Japanese person to go to, then a second choice may be somebody outside of their ethnicity. And then they may have to go to a third choice. That's just common sense. That's a natural thing. It's nothing. It don't have to deal with somebody disliking somebody or wanting to harm them. No, that's just how we're wired. We gravitate to those who we feel comfortable around. We gravitate to those that we feel comfortable around, and we feel the most comfortable with individuals who we relate to. That's never going to change. That's never going to change, and it don't have to be labeled hate. It don't have to be labeled hate. Y'all folks going to get enough of that word hate. When the Jewish get their hate crime bill in the coming months, y'all going to regret that. Y'all going to regret it, because your child and grandchild is going to have to live up under that hate crime bill. And each one of you adults that keep on saying hate, y'all will have helped the Jewish, and the Caucasians are going to get one too. The Asians have already got a hate crime bill. The Jews are working on one, and you know who's going to be number three? Caucasian. But you know who not going to ever get a hate crime bill? Persons with brown and dark brown skin. Persons with brown and dark brown skin are never, never, never going to get a hate crime bill. But they say the word hate the most. Y'all make that make sense. Because you're hurting yourself, and you're hurting your children and your grandchildren. Every time one of you adults on one of these audio apps say the word hate, y'all hurting yourself and your children and your grandkids. You're not hurting anyone else but those three. Those are the three that you're hurting. And you certainly are helping the Jewish get their hate crime bill. You are doing a fantastic job. Each one of you adults who are so proud, y'all wake up day after day. I pop into rooms anonymous, and I sit there in that anonymous listening section, and I constantly hear you. I constantly hear you adults use the word hate. And the whole time that I'm sitting there in the anonymous listening section, I'm asking myself, adults cannot be this reckless and dangerous and not know the harm that they're doing. It's just, it don't make sense that you are an adult and you have to know the environment that you're living in, that you're being reckless and dangerous every time you let that word hate come off of your tongue. Because you are aware of the environment that you and me are living in. That word hate only belongs to somebody who made another human being a slave. And if you're not using it for that reason, it should not be coming out your mouth. Because that word only belongs to somebody who made another human being a slave. And I don't know anyone who have done that. Do you? Do any of you know anyone who has made another human being a slave for you to have a reason to use that word hate? Because if you have, I have never met somebody who made another human being a slave. But America did that quite thoroughly. So I would suggest to each of you adults, stop it. Just stop it. but you won't. The same way you love that word nigger, it's the same way you love that word hate. And y'all not going to stop using it, but I can guarantee you your child and grandchild going to pay the price because they're going to have to walk out into that environment and they're going to be seen as a nigger and not a human being. They're not going to be respected as a human being because you adults are going to be done a thorough job of telling the whole world, I want you to see me as a nigger. And then the other favorite, y'all little other second favorite word, hate. Your child is going to have to go out into that world and function up under that hate crime bill for the Jews. They're going to have to function up under a hate crime bill for Caucasian. And you adults would have helped America put it into law, but you're not going to own up to it. But you're not going to own up to it. That's okay. God is going to remind you. God is going to give you your just due. God is going to make sure that you get your just due for harming those young children's life and future. God is not going to let you get away with that. God is not going to let you get away with that. So I would suggest that each of you adults make that self correction pronto, that you try to make that correction pronto because God is going to make sure that you get your just due. And none of us enjoy getting just due. I certainly don't, and I have gotten it a many a time. My little hard head, I can be hard headed about a lot of things, but my mother never used the word hate. Not one day in my life did I hear her say that out of her mouth. My mother did not harm her 7 kids that way. She never used a word called hate. And, and my mother, she loved her kids. She loved her 7 kids, and she never used that word. Not one day in the household that I grew up in. Not one day. And she never used the word nigger. She never said the word nigger, and she never said the word hate. And she never said the word white supremacy. Those are the three that I can clearly remember never happened in the household that I grew up in. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. I feel very blessed. I, I cannot tell you. I cannot begin to try to tell you folks how blessed I feel that my mother loved her 7 kids too much to damage us that way. Because I be sitting back and listening to you adults, and I say to myself, Aquilin, you were some blessed child. You was a very, very blessed child because your mother did not damage you that way. And I be pinching myself. I be like, Aquilin, reach over and pinch yourself because you were one very, very, very lucky child. So you did not get damaged that way. And y'all just love that word white supremacy. White supremacy this, white supremacy this, white supremacy that. Ain't nobody on this earth supreme to me. I'm supreme to me. God made me supreme to me. Uno. Uno. I am supreme to who did you boycott? There's no other human being on this earth supreme to me. But y'all run around and tell the whole world, oh, there's a white supremacy over there doing this and that. No, they white evil. They not supreme, but they evil. You can call them that. Call them white evil. Practice doing that and see how effective that can be instead of that word supreme. I think it'll have a more it'll be more effective. It'll be a whole lot more effective if you adults would practice saying white evil. If you've been determined to say something, practice saying the word white evil instead of white supremacy. But y'all not gonna do it. Y'all not gonna do it. Okay, that does it for me. I should have never mentioned that word. That I can close it down on that. I can close it down because that just irks my soul. It just really irks my guts to hear that word white supremacy. It irks my guts to hear the word hate. It irks my guts to hear the word nigger. Those are the top three. Those are my top three. I don't know about the rest of you folks, but those three are at the top of my list. Y'all have a good day. Y'all have a good day. Thank you for popping in. Thank you kindly. Uh, stay alert, stay alert, and look out for one another. Put as much protection and safety around you and your loved ones at all times. I hope and pray that you are safe and out of harm's way. I trust that our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you so much for popping in and take care. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. This is Who Did You Boycott today? Good morning to you folks. Good morning. I am just waking up to start my day. Yesterday I happened to be sick all day yesterday, so I could not get in any work done, and I just had to stay in bed. But today I'm waking up feeling a little bit better, so I will be trying to get an early start to my day. I need to get out and do my walking and come back and try to have a productive day. But last night, since I slept off and on all day yesterday, trying to get trying to feel better, I happened to pop into a couple of spaces anonymous and listen in the anonymous section. Well, I wake up this morning and somebody don't left me a comment saying the following. Well, they got a comment saying that Africans have always been nasty to Black Americans. They are not entitled to our money. That was from one person. I'm not going to name their name. If folks want to read the comments, I guess they can go over to YouTube. The other person left a comment saying that, so this channel is yet another blabber, brainless channel talking just to get likes and misunderstandings. Well, newsflash for this brain dead person by I'm not gonna name their name. Somebody by the name of Adam. I won't name the. I won't say the second part. This brain dead person took time off of his life to leave. Who did you boycott? A comment. Thank you for the comment. But no, there's a news flash for this person and persons like him that folks just run around and want to be popular. They want to be popular. You got to be part of the inside club. You're going to rub elbows with folks who you folks have to be a part of this clique. They are popular and they're part of the popular club. We all remember what it was like in junior high school and high school. Folks walked around with their head in the air, thinking they were all popular and part of inside club. Well, this person, they need a news flash. They need a wake up call because, as I stated on my broadcast last night, if you want to hear what I said on the broadcast last night, I guess you can click on my profile and you'll find the last broadcast that I closed out somewhere around somewhere around 2 a.m. and I spoke on this broadcast before I went back to sleep because I kept going to sleep and waking up and going back to sleep. And so I stayed in bed all day yesterday and I just kept waking up and going back to sleep and waking up and going back to sleep. So you can listen to my comments uh, for the last night because folks seem to be confused. They seem to be quite confused that Black American and African American is a real identity. They need to go look at that new form. They need to go research and find that new form they just came out with. It's somewhere out there floating in the atmosphere. For those that have not seen it yet, uh, I had saved that form in my bookmark, but I haven't been able to put my hands back on it. But I looked at it. I looked at that form with my own two eyes, and just like I said that Donald Trump was going to drop a bombshell. Well, Donald Trump and the OMB did exactly that. I've been preaching that for more than 6 months. For more than 6 months, I've been preaching that Donald Trump and the OMB and the Congress and the Senate was going to drop a bombshell for all of these brain dead folks who run around all day calling themselves Black American and African American and Freedmen and ADOS and FBA. Go look at that form, because the OMB, the only changes they made was add a box for African American. But each one of us are intelligent enough to understand. If I look at a form and it says Black slash African American, if I read the label, the heading that says Black slash African American, then my common sense tells me that I should have the option to pick a box that say Black American or African American. But that Black American is not there. The only one that's there is African American. That's not a mistake. So when I read that label, Black slash African American, Black is there for decoration. Black is only there for decoration because it should be right beneath that label if it's a real thing. If it was a real thing, that when I look at that label that says Black slash African American, there should be two choices below that label, one for Black American and one for African American. They took the time to give a box to the Jamaicans. They took the time to give a box to Haitian. They took the time to give a box for Ethiopians. They took the time to give a box for Nigerian. They took the time to give a box for Somalian. The only persons that don't have a box is Black Americans and Negro. Black Americans and Negroes. Those are the two that's missing. And you brain dead human beings, since somebody want to come into my comment and call me brain dead, well, we're gonna evaluate who is really brain dead. Because when you look at that darn form, it says a individual with an origin of a Black racial group of Africa. A individual with a origin of a Black racial group of Africa. No baby is born into a Black racial group. No human being is born into a Black racial group. No baby is born to a Black racial group. That don't exist. Each human being is born into a specific bloodline. Let's all say it together. Let's all say it together. Every single human being that walked the face of the earth is born into a specific bloodline, and it's not spelled Black racial group. It simply is not spelled Black racial group. It don't exist. That don't exist. That do not exist. So when you look at that darn form and you see Black slash African American, your country is telling you that you don't have a birthright. Do you get it? Do y'all smart, intelligent human beings get it? That form is telling you to your face that you don't have a birthright. But each one of those Jamaicans do. Each one of those Haitians do. Each one of those Ethiopians do. Each one of those Nigerian do. each one of those Somalian do, they respected them enough. They respected them enough to spell out their national origin. And they gave you a black racial group, a black racial group of Africa. You don't even have a recognized birthright, a recognized identity, a recognized ethnicity. You have a general description. That's what your country think of you. That's what your country think of you. And the OMB removed Negro from the definition of Black American. So Negro has nothing to do with the definition of Black American because the OMB removed Negro on the 8th of April 2024. On the 8th of April 2024, they removed Negro from the definition Black American and African American. They wanted to make sure they dotted those I's and crossed those T's. They wanted to make sure they dotted the I's and crossed the T's on you brain dead human beings. Because y'all were ungrateful. Y'all wanted to be ungrateful. Y'all thought that God was going to let you steal the Negro history and put it up under these classifications that came after 1965. Y'all really convinced yourself that God was going to let you get away with that. Well, God showed you better than anyone could tell you that Donald Trump and the OMB made your classification African American and did not put a box for Black American. That's what happens when you be ungrateful. That is exactly what happened to human beings when they be ungrateful and try to steal the Negro ancestors' history and put it up under one of these classifications. Because Black American did not come about until 1966. 1966 is when America went to the classification Black American. Go look it up. Go look it up on Google because I have already posted it on my timeline and took a screenshot. I have already snapped a screenshot of it before they have a chance to erase it. It's right there in black and white in front of your face and my face and your face and my face that they did not officially go to the classification Black American until 1966. So Negro has been the ancestors' identity and ethnicity and birthright for more than 350 years. For more than 350 years. But you won't believe that when you listen to these brain dead human beings who be on these audio apps. They never say Negro. They always say Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, FBA. They always acknowledge each one of those words, but they rarely acknowledge Negro. Negro came first. We all know that, don't we? Negro came first for 246 years before any of these other made up classifications came into existence. What came first can never be replaced. What came first can never be replaced. And Negro slavery came first. And each one of those human beings whose identity was Negro, they walked the face of the earth before any of us ever came into the world. Their life came first. They came first. Their sacrifice came first. Their sacrifice came first. Their sacrifice of being lynched and hung and burnt alive and murdered for 246 years came before any of these other made up classifications. And nobody seems to want to put respect and honor on that fact. And y'all think God is going to let you get away with that? Y'all really have convinced yourself that God is going to let you get away with that? You must be crazy. You have to be crazy. When I be sitting in a anonymous listening section and y'all never say Negro, but you name off all the other classifications and y'all simply skip over Negro, y'all simply skip over it like it never existed, and y'all think y'all sit on that stage and you come off your microphone and you name off all of these other classifications and words that were made up, and you never mention Negro out your mouth. You never mention Negro. Do y'all really think God is going to let you get away with that ungratefulness? Because every time you open your mouth, you should be giving honor to each one of those persons who lived their life and their identity was Negro. You should be acknowledging and respecting and honoring each one of those human beings every time you open your mouth. Every time you open your mouth to say Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, and FBA, the first words out of your mouth should be Negro. The first words out of your mouth should be Negro, but it don't happen. And y'all think God is going to let you get reparations with that display of disrespect and dishonor and ungratefulness? Do you really, 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 really think that the God Almighty, is going to reward that level of ungratefulness? Y'all got to be delusion. You have got to be delusion. If you think for 1 second, if you think for 1 second that God would ever reward that level of ungratefulness, what planet are you living on? You cannot be living on planet Earth. It's no way humanly possible for you to be living on planet Earth if you think the God Almighty is going to reward that level of ungratefulness. Y'all can't be serious. The Negroes were harmed for 246 years. Not anybody who identity was Black American got harmed for 246 years. It was Negroes who got harmed for 246 years. Not somebody who identified as Black American, not somebody who identified as African American, not somebody who identified as freedmen, not somebody who identified as ADOS, not somebody who identified as LPA. Not one of the, America never enslaved anybody with those classifications. Call me a liar. Call me a liar. Call me a liar. Well, you can't call me a liar because America never enslaved anyone with those classifications. Not 1 day, not 2 days, not 3 days, and certainly not 246 years. The Negroes were enslaved on America's landmass for 246 years. And they are written into the 14th Amendment as the formerly enslaved person. Those little precious 3 words, those little precious 3 words is talking about Negroes and nobody else. Nobody else. Nobody else. Those are the only persons who are being spoken about when, excuse me, when you read the 14th Amendment and you see the word formerly enslaved persons. Who was those formerly enslaved persons at the time of that writing? Their identity was Negro, wasn't it? It was simply Negro and nothing else. It was simply Negro, and that is who that those 3 words are talking about. Formerly enslaved persons. are those Negroes. And so the Supreme Court will be taking up, excuse me, the Supreme Court will be taking up this matter sometime around October, and they would have a couple of choices to make. They can choose to delete that whole 14th Amendment. They can choose to rewrite it and amend it because the Republicans already have control of 27 states, and you only need a two-thirds vote, a little two-thirds vote to make any changes to the 14th Amendment. And it looks like the evil Republicans and probably some of the Democrats are already halfway there. They are already halfway there because persons with brown and dark brown skin don't have a population in 25 states. So my common sense tells me if they wanted to be motivated to to do some editing or some amendment to the 14th Amendment, they just simply need to take a vote and get two-thirds and get two-thirds, and they can make any changes they want. But you brain dead human beings don't talk about that. Y'all always talking about y'all are non-deportable. Y'all are non-deportable. Well, in this evil environment, I wouldn't let anyone catch me saying that I'm not non-deportable because history proves that this evil America does pretty much what they want. So, what will give you the assurance that you are non-deportable in this evil environment? I don't know who convinced you of that, but you can keep on running around here telling yourself and the whole world that you are non-deportable. Well, Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to deport prison persons, and they can cook it up any kind of way they want. If they have when they first started talking about the 14th Amendment, you had to understand that they had the ability to pretty much do as they please. And so now Donald Trump is trying to cook up a way to deport persons who are in prison for what he called repeat offenders. Oh, repeat offenders, which the prisons are filled with persons with brown and dark brown skin mostly. You think that's an accident? You think that's an accident that Donald Trump will decide target target persons in prison? I don't think it's an accident. I think it's a diabolical plan to reduce the population of persons with brown and dark brown skin because every time a body with brown and dark brown skin who trace back to the bloodline Negro that's attached to a social security number, America is cashing an insurance policy. They've been cashing an insurance policy every time they gun down a Negro on America's landmass. While most of us who are looking at the images, we just think that person is a person with brown and dark brown skin. Well, if that person happened to be from the bloodline Negro, then America is cashing in an insurance policy at that very moment. They not mistaken. They're not getting things mixed up. They clearly know which social security numbers are attached to an insurance policy. So they can keep on making money off of that Negro. They can keep on making money off of that Negro. So as we watch these horrible negative images, America is cashing in an insurance policy. Whether you live or die, whether you live or die, they are cashing in an insurance policy. Whether they keep you locked up in prison and treat you less than an animal, that you don't even have clean water, that you simply don't even have clean water, they making money. If they murder you, if they end up murdering you, they making money by cashing in that insurance policy. So that is the reality of the 14th Amendment. It can be amended and reworded however these demon people choose to reword it. And then they simply have to take a vote of all 50 states and get two-thirds vote in favor of that. They only need a two-thirds vote in favor of that. And since they are more than halfway there, they already got control of 27 states. Since they already know without any shot of a doubt, they already can probably get that vote in 27 states. They already more than halfway there. They probably just need to get to 35. They probably just simply need to get to 35 and they're good to go. And then the third option, the Supreme Court may decide to read the 14th Amendment and follow it by the letter from word by the strictly by the letter of the wording. They may decide to interpret it strictly by the wording that's currently there. They may decide to do that. That's a possibility. But the word formerly enslaved persons are the critical words for Negroes. Those little three words. Those little three words were very, very specific. They were not calling it descendants of slaves. Do y'all see the word descendants of slaves in those three words? I don't. I do not see the word descendants of slaves. I do not see the made up definition that you folks run around telling people called black American descendants of slaves, uh, descendants of chattel slavery. Not one time do I read any of those words when I read those three words. I simply see three words. I simply see three little words: formerly enslaved persons. Let's all say it together: formerly enslaved persons. And they were referring to Negroes because that's who had just come out of slavery. Those Negroes had just come out of slavery. So that's who they were referring to. And they were being very specific. I don't see any mention of persons who were walking around free. Persons who were walking around free could not be included in that description of formerly enslaved person. You cannot be walking around a free person and formerly enslaved at the same time. So I don't know where the persons who were walking around free are covered or protected by the 14th Amendment. But I certainly know that my ancestors are covered by those little three words. Those little three words, my ancestor and all of those Negroes who had to be enslaved for 246 years are covered by those little three words. They are not covered by some made up word called descendants of slaves. Descendants of slaves, that was not how America recorded it. That's something that's made up in the 21st century. Y'all newfound definition. Y'all little pretty little newfound definition. You really think you're saying something when you get on these stages and constantly repeat the word descendants of slaves. Descendants of slaves. America did not record slavery that way. They simply did not. They simply did not record slavery that way. They recorded it as Negro. Excuse me. America recorded it slavery as Negro slavery. Two words, two little words, Negro slavery. Let's all say it together. America did not record slavery in America as descendants of slaves. No, it was Negro slavery. Negro slavery is how America recorded slavery. And the 14th Amendment recorded it as formerly enslaved person. So that little definition on the OMB form should include the word individuals who are formerly enslaved persons who are descendants of formerly enslaved persons. That's what that definition on the OMB form should be saying. It should be saying something along that effect. It should be including those three words, but they are missing. Those little three words are missing from the definition by the OMB that tells you if you are identified as black slash African American, you are an individual with an origin of a black racial group of Africa. And nowhere there do you see the words Negro. Nowhere there do you see the word formerly enslaved person. Do you? For all you smart people, for all you smart, intelligent human being, where in that description or that definition do you see the word formerly enslaved person? You don't see it. I don't see it. When I read it, I do not see it. But it should be there. It really should be there if they're telling the truth. If they are telling the truth, then I should see the word a individual belonging to a formerly enslaved person, a descendant of a formerly enslaved person. But that is nowhere there. So America has essentially removed your connection to those formerly enslaved persons. For any person with a brain can figure that out. That when you read the definition that they currently have there, the current definition they currently have for black slash African American is a individual with an origin of a black racial group of Africa. But the way those individuals are described in the 14th Amendment, excuse me, they are described as formerly enslaved persons. So the descendants of those persons, those formerly enslaved persons, should be described as uh, individuals, descendants of formerly enslaved persons. Somewhere in that description, somewhere in that definition, it should include those three words. They should be including those three words because that is the protective clause. That is the protective clause for those Negroes who just came out of slavery. And that is missing. Why you think that they left that out of the definition or the description? Do you think it was an accident or do you think it was done on purpose? My common sense tells me it was done on purpose because these folks claim to be too intelligent for them to make that kind of mistake. They just way too intelligent to make that kind of mistake, so they did it on purpose. So for all you person who claim that you are black American and African American, that definition clearly states that you don't have a connection to any of those formerly enslaved persons. Because if it meant that, it would say that. It would clearly say that, but since it don't say that, you have already been denationalized. You have been denationalized simply by the definition on the OMB that Donald Trump and the Congress and the Senate are all aware of. You have already been officially denationalized. You have already been officially denationalized. And my suggestion to you folks, y'all best pull out that paperwork so that ICE don't mistake you for one of these black immigrants, since y'all always talking about that. I would suggest that you pull out that paperwork and pray to God that you can find Negro somewhere on that paperwork in your family tree. Y'all folks best get busy. Y'all best get busy because ICE just may make a mistake and think you are one of those black immigrants. They're going to need to verify your paperwork. They are going to need to verify your paperwork. And you best pray to God that you can find one person in your family tree that have Negro on that paperwork. Y'all folks best start digging out that paperwork. That's what happens to ungrateful human beings. You folks ran around and made a joke of Negro for more than 2 years. For more than 2 years, y'all ran around and made a joke of Negro and told everybody that it was offensive, it was outdated. But now you best pray to God you can find some paperwork that say Negro, because those are the persons who were protected by that 14th Amendment, formerly enslaved person. You're going to have to prove beyond a shot of a doubt that you are a descendant of one of those formerly enslaved persons. And just showing paperwork that say Black American or African American is not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it because you're not included. You are not included in that formerly enslaved person because the OMB and Donald Trump has wrote you out of it. They have completely removed your connection back to those formerly enslaved persons. They have completely removed your connection back to those formerly enslaved persons because they chose to put a definition or description on a form that said individuals with an origin of a black racial group of Africa. Why you think they did that? Because America is trying to wash the blood off of their hands for Negro slavery. America is simply trying to wash the blood off of their hands for Negro slavery. So they have put you into a black flatness racial group. You have been officially lumped into a black flatness racial group called African American. You have been officially informed, they have officially informed you that you belong to a black flat racial group of Africa. That's the bombshell that I've been telling you folks that Donald Trump was going to drop. But y'all call me crazy. Y'all prefer to call me crazy, but who's crazy now? It's certainly not who did you boycott. Who did you boycott not crazy? Because Donald Trump told you and me that he do not want any person growing up to hate America. From the very second that those words came out of Donald Trump's mouth, you should have figured out that Negro had to disappear. And that whole 246-year history had to disappear. Because Donald Trump told you and the whole world, I do not want anyone to grow up hating America. Let's all repeat it together. Let's all write it down. I do not want anyone to grow up hating America. Do I need to repeat it again? Well, Donald Trump famous quote, his famous quote is I do not want anyone growing up to hate America. What do you think Donald Trump meant when he said that? Well, Donald Trump was saying that he do not want anyone to learn about Negro slavery. That's reading between the lines. That's deciphering between the lines of the words that came out of his mouth. If you have a little brain, You should have been able to figure that out. That Donald Trump do not want his grandkids and great grandkids to learn about Negro slavery. Donald Trump do not want his precious son Barron legacy to mention anything about Negro slavery. And Donald Trump is going to do everything in his power to make sure his precious son legacy Barron don't have any mention of Negro slavery. That's what Donald Trump meant when he said that I do not want anyone growing up to hate America. See how that worked? So you folks have done a banged up job of letting America off the hook. Every time you say one of these other classifications and don't include Negro, you are officially helping America rewrite that Negro slavery history. You are officially helping America erase that 246 years. Every time you say Black American or African American, you are officially replacing the term Negro. And you are officially helping America wash the blood off of their hands for that 246 years. Because if you had a brain in your head, you would be reminding, every one of us should be reminding America and the whole world of that blood on their hands. That's your weapon. That's your greatest weapon. That's your greatest way to honor the sacrifice of each one of those human beings who went through that hell. That's how you prove respect and honor for each one of those human beings that had to go through that hell. And at the same time, you will be reminding America of that crime. And you would be reminding the whole world of that crime. And that's the greatest weapon, is to constantly remind them of that. That goes a long way to fighting for your justice claim. But y'all little brain is so small, y'all don't understand that power. You don't understand that power because you're ungrateful. But if my enemy has done something to harm me, I'm going to remind them of that every second of the day. That's my greatest weapon against them. But y'all didn't utilize that power. You brain dead human beings did not choose to utilize that power. You chose to say Black American, African American, Freedmen, ADOS, FBA. And America said, thank you kindly, thank you kindly, thank you kindly, thank you kindly, thank you kindly for not saying Negro. That's what they kept thinking. Thank you kindly, thank you kindly, thank you kindly for not reminding us of the crime that we committed for 246 years. Thank you kindly for not reminding me of the evil crime that we committed. And they just walked away and celebrated. Every time you passed up the opportunity to shove Negro down their throat, every time that you passed up the opportunity to shove Negro down America's throat and the whole world, you shot yourself in the foot. Each time one of you did it, you shot yourself in the foot, and you disrespected and dishonored the Negroes who went through that hell. Y'all did a banged up job. Y'all did a superb banged up job. And I got to get ready to jump off of here. But in closing, I will be changing my title for those shameless human beings who are going to boycott the black immigrants braiding shop. Before the August the 1st get here, I will be putting on display my response to any person that's planning on boycotting black immigrant braiding shop. Black immigrants only make up 4.9 of the population. I would be embarrassed to tell anybody. I would simply be embarrassed to tell anyone that I'm planning on boycotting black immigrant braiding shops. I would totally be embarrassed to tell anybody that. I wouldn't want to show my face outside ever again. I would never want to show my face in public ever, ever again. I don't get it. You're going to try to tell me that you are going to target a population that make up 4.9. Let's make it 5 million. Go look it up. Who did you boycott? Done looked it up more than 3 times, and it hasn't changed. Each one of those times that I looked it up, I said, how many black immigrants have America let into America? And it hasn't changed. It stays at 4.9. So we can estimate that maybe 5 million black immigrants have been allowed to come into America since immigration started. That's totally shameful. That's totally evil. Out of all of these immigrants that have been allowed to come to America, America has only allowed black immigrants to come in at a total of 5 million. A little 5 million. That's shameful and evil. But you brain dead human beings have decided that you want to target that little 5 million and boycott they braiding shop. That's a drop in the bucket. It's not even a drop in the bucket. But because you folks are so weak and y'all tired of who did you boycott and y'all despise my gut, I know each one of you despise my guts because I've been preaching boycott for the past 3 years. And so y'all don't got tired of me preaching it. So you want to do a half ditch effort, a a half ditch effort to claim that you're boycotting because you're getting tired of hearing me talk about you. I'm going to continue to 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 talk about you because you're weak. And I can't believe that you will want to embarrass yourself that way. How in God's name can you want to embarrass yourself that way? It will go down in history if somebody decide to write about it. If someone decide to write about it, that will go down in history of the most shameful collective effort ever done. Y'all had best correct that. You folks had best correct that as quickly as possible. You folks had best correct that because that same effort, if you really cared about your child and your grandchild, if you really cared about your child and your grandchild, if you're going to take 30 days and boycott a black immigrant braiding shop, why can't you apply that same energy to boycott Twitter? Which one you think going to have the most impact? That's a no-brainer. If you got enough effort and energy to run around and tell folks that you're going to boycott black immigrant braiding shop, you can take that same energy and boycott Twitter for 30 days. But you're not going to do it because you're weak. You prefer to target that little small population of 5 million people compared to targeting your real enemy. Your real enemy is the owners of Twitter, those shareholders, all of those shareholders of Twitter, all of those shareholders of Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Clubhouse and TikTok and YouTube. Don't you think your child's future is worth boycotting Twitter for 30 days? I think my child's future is worth boycotting Twitter for 30 days, for 60 days, for 90 days, until America come to that table and give me my land and my cash for the debt that's owed to my ancestors. I think it's worth it. I think if it takes 30 days, I'm willing to do it. If it takes 60 days, I'm willing to do it. If it takes 90 days, I'm willing to do it. If it takes 120 days, I'm willing to do it because I love my child. I love myself and I love my child. But y'all little sorry human beings decided to come up with a brainstorm that you're going to target 5 million black immigrant braiding shop business. Y'all can't be serious. Folks are laughing at you. They are laughing at you. You have got to have lost your fool mind. You have lost your fool mind if you are if you are shouting that to the public. Please, for God's sake, don't tell anybody that anymore. Please, I am begging you. I am begging you to don't do that. Please, for God's sake, don't embarrass don't embarrass yourself that way. I got a lot of different feelings about Pan African. I have a lot of different feelings about immigrants that come to America and talk down to myself and my people and the sacrifice that my ancestors made. I have a lot of bitter feelings about that. But I would never stoop as low. I would never stoop low to the ground, to that low, to tell the whole world that I'm going to boycott a population of 5 million people. How many black immigrant braiding shops do you think are part of that population? No, it's anyone's guess that it's very small. It's anyone's guess that it's very, very, very small because they whole total population is 5 million, and it goes without saying that all of that 5 million persons, some of them are under 18, some of them are under 18, and the rest of the folks are not all have a business for braiding hair. So I think it's a you can make a simple guess that that's tiny, 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 tiny population. So why would you embarrass yourself that way? Somebody needs to answer that. Someone needs to answer why any adult would get on a public app and promote that they are going to boycott black immigrant braiding shop. First of all, when a person decides to get their hair done, it's a very, very difficult decision to let someone touch your hair. That is a very, very personal thing. That's a very, very difficult decision. That is a very, very difficult decision for any person to allow someone to touch their hair. So you don't even have to worry about persons going to black immigrant braiding shop because most persons are simply going to go to someone that is part of their culture that they can feel comfortable with. And that goes without saying that a black American person is more than likely going to go to a black American person who do hair because that's our built-in instinct to gravitate to someone who is a part of our culture. That's a part of our ethnic bloodline. That's a natural thing. A Chinese person is going to go to a Chinese person first. That's going to be their first priority for selection. If they cannot find a Chinese person, they're going to go to their second option or their third option. But automatically, all of us are more than likely going to pick the first choice of somebody that we feel comfortable with, that we feel connected with, that's a part of our own culture and bloodline. That goes without saying. You don't even have to ask folks to do that. Human beings do that automatically. They do it automatically because it's a very difficult thing to allow somebody to touch your hair. It's a very, very, very difficult thing to allow someone to touch your hair. So that don't even require a boycott. that that simply don't even require a boycott. Human beings are gonna do what they feel comfortable by nature. You see how that work? You see why that's embarrassing now? Are you starting to connect the dots of why it's embarrassing? I think you are able to connect the dots as to why it's embarrassing because human beings are going to do that automatically. They automatically going to go to someone of their own culture because it's a built-in thing. It's a built-in instinct that I am going to gravitate to someone who is part of my culture, and I'm going to allow them to touch my hair because I naturally feel the closest connection to someone who is a part of my culture and my bloodline before I feel a connection to someone outside of that. That don't require a boycott. Human beings are going to do that naturally. They are going to do that naturally, and they constantly do it. That's why it's totally embarrassing to even tell the world that you are planning to boycott black immigrant braiding shops. That's how pitiful you folks are. When you could simply take that same energy and boycott Twitter, and it will have a greater impact. But you're not doing that. Why? Why you not doing that? Because y'all love y'all enemies' platform so much. Y'all love y'all enemies' platform that much. And you're gonna pay a price for that. Y'all are going to pay a price. You have already started paying a price. I've been preaching boycott for 3 years. For a whole 3 years since February of 2022, who did you boycott been launching a boycott? And what do y'all have to show for that? Nothing. A whole 3 years done went by. A whole 3 years have went by, and all you folks can talk about is boycotting Amazon for 1 day, boycotting Amazon for 3 days, boycotting Walmart for 1 day, boycotting Walmart for 3 days. Y'all can talk about is shopping black and buying black, shopping black and buying black. And now y'all folks have topped that. Now you're coming up with this half ditch effort of targeting black immigrant braiding shops. Y'all folks have hit the bottom of the barrel. Y'all have hit the bottom of the barrel, and God is going to take care of you. God is going to take care of you, weak human beings. And each one of you will pay a price for not sacrificing, boycotting Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Clubhouse and TikTok and YouTube for your justice and force America to meet your demand. Because they would come to that table. America would be forced to come to that table if you were targeted social media. Because they love money. They love money. They love money more than their next breath. They would come to that table. But y'all folks are running out of time. Y'all are running out of time. That little window is finally closing. It's slowly closing. And when you wake up a year from now, 2 years from now, you're gonna regret the day that you chose not to boycott your enemy's social media platform because it don't take much effort to boycott Twitter for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days or whatever it takes. But you're not doing it. And it's got to be a reason. It's got to be a reason that you're not boycotting because you could simply go over to Fund It Socially. If you brain dead human beings need someplace else to meet up, y'all can click on fundedsocially.com. If y'all struggling with where you're gonna meet up at, well, y'all can meet up on Funded Socially or Fanbase. That's just two. That's just two other alternative social media platform that you can choose to use for that time that you're boycotting. Why can't you do that? I would like to understand why adults cannot remove their presence on Twitter for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or whatever length of time it takes and place it over on Funded Socially. That's owned by a Black American person. It's owned by a Black American person, and fan base is partially owned by a Black American person. So what's your excuse? What is your excuse? Since y'all folks always coming up with excuses, what's the excuse? And those persons who are monetized, they need to continue to, to use these social media platforms doing that boycott. They don't need to be affected. If you are already monetized on any of these social media platforms, continue to earn your money. You are excluded from the boycott. But everyone else have no excuse for why they cannot boycott Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Clubhouse and TikTok and YouTube. It's no excuse. No excuse, not after watching the Latinos and Mexicans spit on the policemen, burn their property, and burn their flag and raise their flag, and now they're getting ready to get amnesty. Y'all sat back and watched those Latinos and Mexicans spit in America's face and told America they not going nowhere. We not going nowhere. So America said, okay, let's sit down and discuss amnesty. Y'all weak, y'all weak human beings sat back and watched that, and you came up with a brainstorm that you're gonna target black immigrant braiding shop. You cannot be serious. You cannot be serious, and that's why folks are laughing at you. That's why you are embarrassing yourself. That's why folks are laughing at you. That's why you are embarrassing yourself, and you should be ashamed of it. I don't want any parts of it, and I won't have any part of it. My mother didn't raise me that way. My mother did not raise me with that character flaws. I I do not I do not possess that character flaws. It's not part of my character. So you can exclude me. I am excluded because you folks have the power. You certainly have the power to do it. Something is stopping you. Something is stopping you, and I don't know what it is. I think it's because y'all can't stand who did you boycott. I think that's one of your primary reasons that y'all to test my guts, and because I have been the main one promoting boycott, y'all despise me so much that y'all won't boycott social media platform. And I think it's partly because y'all can't stand me. Y'all not going to admit that. I know y'all clearly not going to admit it, but something in my gut tells me that's part of the reason. Oh, y'all despise me. Y'all have blackballed me. Y'all cannot stand my guts. Y'all can't stand my presence. And I'm okay with it. I'm sure I have done something to upset you. I know I more than likely have done something to upset you, but that's just my strong personality. And I have never disrespected anyone. That's one thing folks cannot swear on a Bible that who did you boycott ever disrespected another human being. If I have missed anyone and I did not apologize, please let me know and I will immediately apologize. My mother raised me that way to always show respect and demand respect. That's one thing I got hammered into my head at a very young age. The most important thing in life was to show respect and demand respect because you come into this world with respect, and that's the only thing you leave with. When God, excuse me, when God birthed you into this world, every human being come into the world with respect. When they die, hopefully they leave with that same respect. That's the only thing that we get to take away from this earth with. That's the only thing we get to take with us when we leave this earth. My mother explained that to me. My mother did a thorough job of explaining that to me, and I never forgot it. So Who did you boycott? Don't disrespect others. That's one thing that I constantly stay aware, alert, conscious of. I'm always thinking about that anytime I'm interacting with someone. That the most important thing is to always show that person respect. So I'm always coming down hard on myself as to whether or not I'm doing that. So I will be changing my title before the 1st of August and putting on blast the shameful display of any person that is planning on targeting black immigrant braiding shops. I am going to change my title and put it on blast. That is shameful, and it will go down in history. It's one of the most shameful things that anyone can claim they did that call themselves a human being. It's more than likely going to go down in history as the most shameful thing. As well, not let me correct myself. As one of the most shameful things, because there are so many shameful things on this earth. There's so many different shameful things, but somebody may decide to write about it one day. Someone may decide to write about it, and they will certainly word it that that was one of a most shameful things that any person with a brain in their head will want to target a small population of 5 million people. They are simply 5 million people. Go look it up on Google. Go look it up on Grok, and it's going to come back telling you that black immigrants make up 5 million of the total population in America. It don't get no more shameful than that. It don't get no more embarrassing than that. It don't get any more shameful than that and embarrassing. So y'all gonna have to swallow that. Y'all gonna have to swallow that, all because y'all folks just totally despise who did you boycott guts. Y'all despise my guts so bad that you went to this great length to embarrass yourself. I really feel bad for you. I really feel bad for you that who did you boycott upset you that much that y'all would stoop to this level to embarrass yourself. All because you don't want to boycott social media. All because you choose not to boycott social media and you cannot stand my guts. You have blackballed me. You have called me every name but the child of God. Y'all can move on. Y'all can move on from me because I'm just one person. I'm just one little person, and you ain't got to try to get back at me by not boycotting social media because you're not hurting me. You're not hurting me. Who did you boycott at 63 years old? And God has been good to me. God has been good to me, so you're not getting back at me. You certainly not get back at me. So whoever is in charge of this madness of targeting black immigrant braiding shops, somebody needs to shut it down. They need to shut it down and don't embarrass themselves that way. Please, please, for God's sakes, don't embarrass yourself that way. I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart, don't embarrass yourself and your community that way. Don't do it. Don't let the devil tell you to do that. Divert that energy to boycotting Twitter for 30 days. Why don't you try that? Why don't you try diverting that energy to boycotting Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Clubhouse and TikTok and YouTube for 30 days? Why don't you try that? Why don't you try that? I think if you did that, you could make the news. Y'all could make the top news station of CNN. Excuse me. I think you folks could make the news. CNN and MSNBC and Fox News would more than likely pick up your story and they will put it on blast. You folks will be famous. Y'all will be famous. See how simple that is? You could be famous. So I'm going to close it out there. Thank you folks for listening. for popping in. I hope you have a good start to your day and that you are safe and out of harm's way. Stay alert. Stay alert at all times and look out for one another. Put as much protection and safety around you and your loved ones at all times. I trust that the Heavenly Father will watch over each one of us and make sure that we live our days the way it's meant to be. Thank you again for popping in and taking time out of your day to be a part of this broadcast. I do my best to speak from my heart. I'm not no perfect person. I'm not no popular person. I simply try to speak from my heart and give back the way my mother taught me to do. I try to remember to give back the way my mother lived her life. My mother lived her life that way, and that's the positive example that she set for her 7 kids. And every day I try to honor the example that she set, and it has been worth it for me to try to honor my mother that way because she set that a positive example. Every day that I grew up, that's the example that my mother set, and I will always honor her. I will always honor my mother above anything else on this earth. Above anything else on this earth, I am going to honor my mother. Mom, may you rest in peace. Y'all have a good day, folks. Thank you again for popping in.